Okay, we're going to start the show here on the purebred side. Today, our first breed is the light OPB, and this is the first call for the Class 1 light OPB. If you'd make your way to the holding pen, first call, light OPB, please come to the holding pen.
missing one. 30.
What is it?
Kinsler, Gingo.
Okay, we're missing a Gilt here at Chester White. Kinsler, Gingo, Mansfield FFA. Your class is being shown. Kinsler, Gingo. If you're in the barn and not coming, let us know, or please come this way.
Breckenridge, Williamson County, and Poteet, you all have hogs in your Class 1 Berkshire classes coming to the ring now. Williamson County, Breckenridge, and Poteet, please bring your Class 1 Berks to the ring.
Okay, these white OPBs in the ring have been dismissed. You can take them back to your pens, and thank you for coming. And please give these exhibitors a round of applause for their efforts.
Well, good morning, everyone, and certainly a trio here in our first class of the day that got me excited and a really fun way to start your pig show. There was never really a doubt in my mind that the young lady in the red blazer was going to start this class off. It's hard to punch a hole in this gilt, get on top of her. There's just so much spread right on the top side of her blade, and she carries that all the way back to a big hip that's level, and then she takes it to the ground with some genuine base width. As we compare to the ones that are going to go second and third, there's just more pig there as she comes and as she goes. And then as you watch her out in motion, that thing bends and flexes good off both ends of her skeleton. She's got a good look, really logical place to start. I thought the decision to be made in this class was who was going to get to be second because quality here is very good within this pair. Elected to use the young lady there in the black shirt in the center of the ring to go 2. Thought as we compare between 2 and 3, that gilt was more extended ahead on top of her. Her back just facilitates with so much spread. She's got good outward turn there. A really nice gilt to go second as well. Not as bulky, not as wide as the one that wins, but still a very good one to go 2. The gilt that came out in third, I'm sure could have won lots of classes that we got to judge yesterday, and it was probably good enough to win plenty of them we would judge today. Unfortunately, as we compare to the 2 that went right ahead of her, she comes with a little extra throat latch. As we compare to the one that went right ahead of her, she gets just a little shorter out of her hip. But as we look at that one just as an individual alone in the ring as she stands now, she's so good, and just her comfort level, she's good in her rib. I like the hair density that one's got. She's got a good skull. If we could clean her up in her throat, elongate her out of her hip ever so slightly, we're probably talking about that one in the first hole. Young man's gilt that comes out next is one that's got some neat pieces. His shoe comes at you and drives. She's good and square. She's got good shape on the top side of her skeleton. As you watch that one in motion from the profile, she's a little tucked up in her heart and her flank, and as she gets out here and goes, she wants to get a little looser in her spine, but that one is comfortable. She is good and shapely on the top side. She's got some extension up front. A nice gilt to land fourth in a tough class. The gilt that comes out next here is sharp looking from the profile. I'd like to bust that one open as she comes right at you and as she leaves you, and from the side at times she wants to get just a little piecey in where she puts in her top line. That's getting hard on one that is attractive and cool looking, got some shape of muscle down her back and through her hip. Just got to crack her open at the ground to get her higher. Gilt coming out next is one that from the side just patterned so good, and if you were going to try to draw one, you draw one pretty close to the way this one's assembled from the side. Unfortunately, as you compare her in terms of just width and muscle with some of those that went ahead of her, she's narrower at the base of her skeleton, and as you get right on top of this female, there's just not as much punch there. The same problem as she leaves you, but from the side, that one's as good as you can make them. Maybe at times like to make her have just a little more of an aggressive kind of running gear built in her. Off with, just needed a little more to them to get them higher today. Really a fun class. Let's give all the kids in that first class a big round of applause.
Okay, this is a call for Class 2 light OPBs. Class 2 light OPBs, please make your way to the holding pen. And the placings in the first class were in 9th place, Kinsler Gingo, Mansfield. 8th place was Emery Robertson, Wimberley FFA. 7th was Abby Woodward, White Deer FFA. 6th was Kaylee Hatcher from Clear Falls. 5th was Madison Swintek from Wimberley FFA. 4th was Gavin Greer from Gray County 4-H. 3rd was Ashton Wade, Howe FFA. 2nd was Tatum Vanes from Red Oak FFA, and our class winner was Ellis Bailing from Bryson FFA. And we are now judging Class 2 White OPB.
At this time, we'd like to call our Class 2 Berkshire to the ring. Class 2 for the star gilt of the Berkshire. Bring him to the ring.
missing
Rock Spring,
missing three.
and Ford County.
You want to go? Okay, we need three gilts here on this white OPB side. Julie Hopkins from Zephyr FFA, Abigail Woodward from White Deer, and Paisley Mitchum from Tom Green 4-H. That's 3 gilts missing on the Chester White Landrace side. Yeah, we're still missing these 3 gilts on the light OPB side. The show's moving on. If you're here, please come or let us know if you need to be scratched. Thank you. Okay, the judge has released these gilts in the ring. You can take them back to your pens, and please give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Rock Spring, Class 2, Berkshire.
Well, good morning, and I want to start with Berkshire's. No offense to the Yorkshires, I always thought it'd be terrible to start with backwards because Yorkshires are usually so pathetic nowadays, but it's nice to be able to start with Berkshire. Start with stuff that's more my speed in terms of rib and bone and skull. And for those of you that have Yorkshires, don't make it nervous. I'm sure there'll be some good ones, but just not as many as there are good birds. Out here for first and second, the one that I like the best is the young lady here in the black. That one there is my speed in terms of bone and foot. No doubt that one's the squarest in terms of his shins, it's the squarest in terms of his plates and pin off the ground. That's the biggest in his cage, it's the deepest in his heart. It's substantially bigger in terms of his foot, and certainly uses his rear heel better than does the one in second. That's a really good kind of a bird. The one in second, I'll give you the fact that this one's just enough long to relax that one in terms of using that one's heel more than the front side of its toes when it digs and grabs in the ground. Just needs to relax back on that heel, but another high quality animal will be second in our first Berkshire class of the day. The young man that comes out next, this one probably is just enough better in terms of the use of that one's foot and rear foot and heel, and the way that one plants and drives is really, really good. But it needs to be because that one's just a tick too long body for me. And because of that, it's certainly a flexible one. I don't read that one with as much true center of cage and power as the top 2 gilts, but a nice gilt in terms of her comfort within the range. The young lady that comes out next, this one has just enough more cage and body and spread than does the one ahead of it, and yet this one is one that falls out of bed just a tick in terms of balance. You study that one at a 10-wing junction, gets a little weak in front of
Okay, well, this is the first call, Class 3 Light OPB. Class 3 Light OPB, please come to the holding pen.
I'll read the results of our Class 1 Berkshire class. There are 2 hogs out of this class that will be called back to the showroom for consideration for sale spots. Class 1 Berkshire placement. 10th place, Annalise Jones, Floyd County 4A. 9, Taylor Simmons, Easter Ridge FFA. 8, Taylor Brown, Paducah FFA. 7th place, Serenity Wilson, Nelson FFA. 6, Kiana Rice, McLean FFA. 5th, Zachary Gibbs, Breckenridge FFA. 4th, Holly Ventura, Wheeler County 4A. 3rd, Joshua Burdick, Easter Ridge FFA. Our 2nd place, Emmett Jack Stuckey, Alvarado FFA. And our 1st place class winner, Riley Hoffman, Thompson County. Congratulations to our Class 1 Berkshire. Again, Class 3 Star Gilts have been called to the ring. Class 3 Berkshire Star Gilts.
An interesting class here to sort through, and we didn't pin any of these back again off the initial sort, so there was a little bit of survive in advance that had to happen to end up in the top pair here. But I do think as we leave these 2 out here, these are the gilts that stayed comfortable in their build and still offered some extras in terms of some stoutness of feature and just some some stoutness of feature and some added muscle. As we compare these two, there's one of them that I think is a little longer hipped. The gilt that's the longer hipped option is also the one that's a little bolder in her chest floor when she comes at you. And I think she's just a little smoother in the way she transitions up front. I like the young man's gilt to go ahead and be your class winner. Gilt here that goes to has got some neat me on this one. If you study her up front, the way her shoulder angle is built in her just doesn't allow that one to reach and grab up front as the class winner did. But still, yeah, one that's got some stoutness, got some density. You get on top of her, certainly a bold sprung one in her rib cage. Do like lots of things about that one to go second. Some of the same things could be said about our 3rd place gilt here. That's another one that's fresh bodied, good ribbed. As you get her out and watch her from the side, her fill's proportional and good. Another one that's front shoulder, just didn't allow her to get out here and withstand the drive. As that one drives right out of the gate at you, she wants to close up in her chest and at the ground. She's just narrower built than the ones that went right ahead of her. But still, from the side, a good bodied one that's good in her lines. Just got to correct her up front a little bit and maybe just widen her up at the ground. A real stout one comes out next, and maybe a little bit of a problem child in this class in terms of type and kind, because she is bigger legged, she is stouter about her skull. With that added stoutness, she gets a little extra crest there on the top side of her neck, and when you put this one in motion, she just falls a little short of the athleticism that we found in the first 3. But still, a stout one that's got some neat pieces as people move forward trying to build barras. That one could certainly be a building block to move forward on. Gil coming out next is a little sharper looking than the one that went right, being as rigid as she is on the move. But as you get her out and look at her from the side, that's a tall shouldered one that's attractive ahead of her blade. She's got some length to her spine, some length out of her hip. Can certainly appreciate those things. We'll drop these next 3 out here. Some gilts that have got some quality in terms of just stoutness, feature, and some bone work. Thought we needed to make all 3 of these just a little better in the way that they move around the ring. Certainly like to bulk them up a little bit in terms of muscle. Nice class. Congratulations to all the kids showing them there. Let's send them to the back with a big round of applause.
Okay, the placings in Class 2 Light OPB, 8th was Riley Bryson, Corio County. 7th, Shaylee Rosebrug, Borger FFA. 6th, Abigail Smith, Red Oak. 5th, Abigail Self, Royce City. 4th, Kinsey Emmert, Whitesboro, FFA. 3rd place was Berkeley Brashear from Johnson County. 2nd place was Kinsley Parker, Greenwood. And our class winner was Cash Reed Swearingen from Buskey County. We are now judging Class 3 Light OPB. Okay, the Gilts in the ring have been excused. The Gilts in the ring have been excused. You can go back to your pins, and please give them a round of applause. And this is the first call for Class 4 Light OPB. Class 4 Light OPB.
So the really good bird class here at the top end is the one that wins the class is the young man in the black vest or brown vest or whatever it is. Better design. That's a taller front is one that's leveler in terms of the pin set from hook to pin. It's one that's so
The young lady's Gilt here that wins this class is one that does so pretty handily when you get on top of her. That Gilt's got a great big back rolled up in her. You get her out here and watch her in motion, even though she's the heaviest muscle one, I still think she's as loose off of both ends of her skeleton as any of the other Gilts in the drive. In an ideal world, maybe like to tie that one's head and neck in just a little differently and maybe just push her shoulder back in her ever so slightly. But I still think her build and it goes to just continue to work her way up in this class. This isn't one that comes out here and is just as stout as some of them. She probably doesn't have as much muscle as some of them. But as you watch this one get around the ring, there's no question that her looseness of build has to make her stay in the top pair in my mind. Her shoulder is better than most of them, and really in motion, her hip and hind leg is very good. She is frailer at the surface, and the pigs on each side of her, no doubt, are stouter than her. There's no doubt that they've got more muscle than her, but that one's build, for me, has to work her up into the top pair. Gilt here that goes in third, like we talk about, probably a little stouter than the one right ahead of her. As you put that one into motion and watch her off both ends of her skeleton, she wants to get a little straighter, and with that, she's a little quicker to the step off each end. I do like when you get on top of that one. She does have some good spread in between her blade. There's enough hip working in that one. If we can make her looser off each end, we can certainly get that one a spot higher in this class. The one coming out next, patterns up good from the side. It's a Gilt that's attractive and extended ahead of her blade, and I like the extra length of body and length of spine that she's got as we compare her to the ones that went ahead of her. She's frailer in her bone work. She's narrower as you step right in behind her, and I would like to strengthen that one just ever so slightly on her front toes. But from the side, she does a lot of things that I really like. I like her length of rump. I like the length she's got ahead of her blade, and I do think she's at you, and as she goes right away, that's certainly a power hog that's got lots of muscle. She's got a big hind leg, all the added extras that we've caked onto that one's skeleton in terms of just width and muscle work to her disadvantage. As you put her in motion, she gets more restricted off both ends of her skeleton, and as the drive wore on, she really wanted to fight the young lady showing her and just got tight and bound up as we got her out here and kept her on the move. One coming out next, we didn't initially get pinned off in the back, but as we come back out here, I just thought she had a look of quality through the front third of her skeleton. She's got some softness to the center portion of her body cavity. The reason she didn't get initially sorted to the top is because she likes to run downhill from the side, and she needs to be heavier bone. Two Gilts coming out next are some interesting pieces. The hairy one here is uber stout. I'd like to make that one just a little bit more attractive through the front third of her skeleton. I'd like to present that one to a little fresher in terms of skin, hide, and hair, but certainly one in terms of just bone work. You can appreciate her. She's got some muscle. If we can make that one more extended up front, make her just a little sharper looking and balance a little bit better, could certainly get that one higher. Young man's Gilt is one that's presented well and very fresh up high. I think has a very crisp back, and I love that about this Gilt. She's too hard about her body cavity. She gets a little straighter off both ends. Really a nice class. Let's send all them kids to the back with a round of applause.
Okay, the placings in Class 3 Light OPB. 8th, Elliot Stroman, San Patricio County. 7th, Leslie Maxfield Owens from Lubbock County. 6th, Kaylee Elliott from Miles, FFA. 5th, J.C. Treves from Fredericksburg. 4th was Addie Hartnett from Wall, FFA. 3rd was Maggie Rimpey from Yost. Luke Bonert from Kendall County, 4-H. That's Class 3. We're now judging Class 4.
We need our place two, class one Berkshire to the show ring. Class one Berkshire, place two. To the start of the show ring.
that side. I gotta wait till he's off the
than the one in second. The one in second, certainly more tracking for his start line, no doubt. He gives you more of an exotic look, no doubt. I don't think this is as big in terms of his rear leg, but more than anything, I don't think that was as level in his hip and as stable as the front from bottom, his hip pocket to the ground. And as you study that one in motion from behind, it wasn't get outside the plane in terms of pinhock the ground, the hot one deviate outside that plane. It's a little shorter and top end step. Man, that's a cool tail run on that one. That's a big tail run. And that means something to me because those things will always be out for life. The one that comes out next is third, and I'm sure the family will take the same time always at home when this one just right here will always want to drop his tail. And I just kept looking at it and like, is it an illusion because the tail's dropping or is that one really short shift? I do think that one is short shift. Obviously, if the tail would just come up and secure itself just a better, it's probably give a better illusion. But it drops in skins in relation to those top two. Doesn't have a truck quite as good. And yet I like that one in terms of the engine that it has and the brooding that it has. A real good breeding scheme from that one. Also big and a tail rip. Good hog that making that next generation better. Now, research and development here for me in terms of the breeding female. This one's ultra dense and ultra stout. Plenty enough short frontage, plenty enough thick body crest. I don't know if I can call that a stout headed. That was a little bit. That one's got a really good rear leg in terms of its set, plant, drive, in terms of the forward function of that top. Just a bit too terminal for me to go ahead and go any higher within a breeding arena. The other lady then that comes out next is one that's her form and function is really good. Should be the rear leg bone. Drops her in the bone in relation to the top five. The one that's still good in terms of her height and form and her stoutness that she offers. A real good class of birthday. Give those a hand.
Okay, this first call for Class 5 Light OPB, which is our last class. First call, Class 5 Light OPB.
once it gets out here, though, is so much bigger bone than the one in the middleweight, and I still think more exotic and neat in terms of its pieces than the lightweight. It will be your champion.
We've got two Gilts here on the top of this class, so we were pretty quick to pin back and they sorted themselves to the top of this class pretty easily in my mind. Ultimately, the young lady with the green sweater on drives you the one that just bounces up better from the side. As you step back and look at them and ask yourself, hey, which one of these things looks a little more like a show Gilt ought to? No question in my mind, the young lady's Gilt there needs to win. There's probably a little more width and a little more substance can be found in the second place Gilt. She falls a little out of balance as we get out here and watch her profile. The structure to that one's hip is just a little off, in my opinion. Maybe like to clean her up just a little bit in her neck. But her ability to be that stout, be that wide, and still be able to get out here and cover. One coming out one that's uber stout. If you want to just look at the forearm and the blade in that one and the hind leg that she's got, that thing's got a lot of extras. As you step right in behind that one, she wants to step outside of her skeleton off both of her rear feet, and if we can just change her there, get that one out here and let her be a little more athletic, I think you can justify letting that one maybe move up a spot in this class because she is stout. You get on top of her. She's got some shape. She's got some muscle. We just got to build them a little better than that to get them into a top pair at a quality or a pig show with this much quality. One coming out next is so fresh through the center portion of her body, and if you get on top of her and study the shape that she's got running down her loin, man, that Gilt is good there. She's got a lot of hip working in her. Unfortunately, as we watch this Gilt get out and drive, she's pretty quick to the step off both ends of her skeleton. If we could just relax that one and make her more comfortable, she would have been a fun one to discuss at the top end of this class. Young lady's Gilt that comes out next is so attractive from the side, and I love that about this one. If I could make her a little taller shouldered and give her just a touch more muscle when I get right on top of her, certainly could have slid this one up a couple of spots as well. I do think she's maybe a little more functional in her rear foot and her hock there than a couple we had right ahead of her, as she should be. She gives up some muscle and gives up some width to have that extra flexibility, but still one a guy can appreciate for the look that she's got and the hind leg design that she's got. A sharp-headed one comes out next, and the young lady's done a nice job of getting out here and driving. That Gilt for me was a little frailer at the surface than some of those right ahead of her. As you step right in behind that one, no doubt she's got to be wider at the base of her skeleton. Young man's Gilt comes out. That's one that in the back, we drove around a couple times, and I just couldn't help myself from sending that one to the scales because I really like the way her hip and hind legs design. As you get on top of this female, she's really busted open through the upper portion of her body cavity. She's got some shape there running down her back. Would like to make that one a little cleaner ahead of her blade, like to jack her up in the way that her slightly, but certainly one that the rear third of I thought was very good and very deserving of a pin. One with a lot of width comes out next, and a Gilt that as she drives at you and goes away has probably got just a little more spread than a couple of those right ahead of her from the side. She falls out of balance for me. She wants to run downhill, and as we study her in comparison to some of those right ahead of her, she gets a little tighter there about her body cavity and just doesn't put it all together from the side as those that beat her in this class, but still a Gilt with some muscle, a Gilt with some power. Got to appreciate those things about her. Very nice class. Let's give all the exhibitors there a round of applause.
Okay, placings in Class 4, light OPB. 8th was J.C. Pennington, Wise County. 7th, J. Patterson, Hale Center, FFA. 6th, Riley Hoffman, Tom Green County. 5th was Paisley Fowler, Peaster, FFA. 4th was Molly McFadden from Westbrook, FFA. 3rd was Maddie Ruth from Corio County, 4-H. 2nd place went to Brooklyn Kathy from Paradise, FFA, and our class winner was Tinsley Beatty from Holland, FFA. We're now judging Class 5, light OPB, which is our last class. So if you have a first or second place, light OPB, kind of be on standby. Won't be too long. We will need you.
Congratulations to our Berkshire champion, shown and exhibited by Lily Boren of Baines FFA, and our reserve champion, shown and exhibited by 3 Berkshires, placing 10th place with Skylar Payton of Southside FFA, 9th place, Veronica Duran of
Okay, these gilts in the ring have been excused. You can go back to your pen, and please give the exhibitors a round of applause. And we're going to finish judging this Class 5 white OPBs. If you have a first or second place in the previous 4 classes, make your way to the holding pen so we can judge for the champion and reserve champion light OPB. After this, we do the spots, so if you have a first class spot, it won't be too long. We'll need you.
We have found some registration papers for a Class 4 Duroc Gilt. The owner is showing to me the
No doubt for me in this heavyweight class, the young man's guild handled this pretty easy. And I knew she was about to have to get back out here and drive for champion here in a minute, so we didn't make that one get out and walk much. But coming through the back, that one won this class pretty handily, in my opinion. Not going to tell you necessarily she walks away with this division or this breed, but this class, I thought she handled it very easy. Congratulations, the young man. Really nice class winner there to start. The guild that's going to go 2 here just worked her way up for me and ended up being second pretty easily as well, just because I thought her build was good. I thought her pattern was good from the side compared to those that are going to come right out down the line behind this one. I thought she handled her hip and hind leg better. Really like the length of spine that this gilt's got. I think that allows her to get up here and be just bolder on the top side of her skeleton than a couple that we've got coming down the line behind her. The gilt that comes out here in third is one that's really stout. And through the back, I didn't know if I thought this one has had enough bend and flex from behind, and ultimately she doesn't. And that's why she's got to end up third in this class. But as we compare her to some of those behind her, there is more muscle there, there is more bone. She is uber stout, and I love those things about her. Same things can actually be said about the one coming out next. This is a gilt with some bone, with some spread. She needs to be more athletic. I'd like to clean that one up just a little bit there on the top side of her neck. But if you get on top of this one and just study how fresh she is in her rib and the center portion of her body, you love that about this gilt. She drops a square enough hind leg to the surface. Just need to make her sharper looking, need to make that one a little more athletic. You can find a little more grace and athleticism on the drive of the gilt that's coming out in next. Unfortunately, she gets a little frailer there at the ground as we study her compared to the other gilts in this class. I do like her ability to get out and cover tracks and get out and move with some athleticism. Big gilt comes out next. It's fleshy, obviously one that's done well on the feed bucket. Her rib's good, her body's good. She's got some added length to her spine. To be that massive, to be that powerful, I still think she gets there around the ring. Flexible enough. I'm not going to say she's just the most athletic creature we've watched walk around the ring today, but for having that much substance to her, I do think she goes good in kiddos there. Should be a fun and interesting champion drive.
At this time, we would like to call your Class 3, Class 2 Duroc to the starting gilt ring. Class 2 Duroc to the starting gilt ring.
Okay, we're going to judge for champion light OPB. Make sure the first and seconds are here, and I'll read the placings in Class 5. 7th was Adeline Meadows, McLean FFA. 6th was Ryder Bridges, Grayford FFA. Fifth was Tyler Jackson Heiko, FFA. Fourth was Clee Keys from Hale County. Third was Carly Hedges, Henrietta. Second was Charlie Fearbacher from Stephenville. Our class winner was Kenton Mabry from Crawford, FFA. We will now judge for the champion light OPB, and this is the first call for Class 1 spots. First call for Class 1 spots. Okay, we need a first place pig, Luke Bonert from Kendall County. You are the first class 3 light OPB. Please come to the ring so we can start. Okay, good deal.
Again, we would like to apologize to Swan Bar for pulling the fast one and switching our drops and testers, but we're trying to keep it smooth between both rings and having not too many contestants missing showing and keeping the both shows running smoothly. So again, we moved on to drops and we'll come back to our testers immediately following the showing of the drop ring. Our apologies.
A nice set of class winners out here to select you a champion from, but honestly, as we get them out here, it's pretty simple for me. There's probably not a pig that's had to take less steps to win a banner this week than the one that's fixing to, but I do think this one's pretty good. Young man's heavyweight here is going to be your champion.
Get in this first class of rocks, and honestly, I'm hoping it's an age thing why a lot of them look more really doing this fine and dandy. You know, you get out here and you've seen the two that are out there. There's one that's got some unique pieces. It's not as much of a leader, in my opinion, on some way breeding females to look, but it's up here at the top because of his feature and his pieces. But one that's active in the class is the young lady in the blue shirt here. That one there offers some bone style with sheer flexibility and range of motion, no doubt. She's the best in terms of that. You know, the red deal, I mean, when they're young like this, you just hope that she's going to come with some shades. Obviously, she's flattering in terms of her midsection, but it doesn't matter. That's the best one, no doubt. The young lady in second is an intriguing piece to me, and I guess if you can get this one paired out, give her a little extra time, that you'll be really good. Because, man, that one's got a sharp head. True from blade knee to ground. It's got big legs, square. You know, it's concerning to me. She's a little tighter than Hamlin, and obviously her length of stride can be kind of a 6'2" strider for me. But one with that, with the pieces that she has in terms of quality, she has to be right towards the top within this particular class. young man comes out next is what I would call a default third. It's one that's of what we have left is the best in terms of its soundness and flexibility. It's a little flatter footed, especially for a hog at this weight. It doesn't have just tons and tons of teeth, but no doubt it's one that's really good to drive. This one's too dainty in terms of its rear leg bone, especially when you max out enough from a balance standpoint. Got a little bit of scratch, a little bit of ugly throat, and a little dainty in terms of its bone. But it's built good, and it's one that can get up and go. Young man who comes out next is one that's still good in terms of its flanks and angles as well. It's one that floats his shoulders really good, and the step from behind gives needs more power, obviously, to go ahead and get any higher in the class. Nice that it's little red Duroc to give those exhibitors a nice hand.
Okay, the champion white OPB was exhibited by Kenton Mabry from Crawford FFA, and the reserve was out of Class 1, Ellis Bailing from Bryson FFA. And that concludes our light OPB show. We are now showing spots. I think there's 6 classes. Okay, we need 2 Gilts in this first class of spots. Carter Donovan from Lockney FFA and Raylan Tyler from Grape Creek. Please come to the ring or let us know if you're not going to come. Thank you. Okay, the judge has excused the spot Gilts in the ring. You can go back to your pins, and please give these kids a round of applause for their efforts. And we're going to go ahead and call Class 2 spots. Class 2 spots, come to the holding pen.
At this time, we are calling Class 3 Gilts to the Stars Gilt Ring. Class 3 Gilts, come to the Stars Gilt Ring. Thank you.
A fun class to sort through, and certainly had lots of numbers here, and we land on a trio on the top of here that I think all has some quality. There's a no doubt, no decision class winner for me, and the young lady in the green sweater. I remember this one coming through the back, and just her look from the side is just so memorable. The height, the shoulder that she's got, the extension she's got ahead of her blade, and then her ability to just balance so good with a long hip and a good running gear. That one wins pretty simply, in my opinion. The young lady behind me brings you one that may have just a little more substance when you step in right behind her than our class winner did from the side. That thing wants to break down a little bit up front and just does a power hog here in third that's got a lot of width underneath, and I appreciate that about this female. You study this one coming and going. She's as wide at the base of her skeleton as any that we had in the drive. Consequently, she wants to roll her hocks a little bit outside of her skeleton, and all the muscle and width that she's got throws her a little bit out of balance when you get her out here and watch her from the profile. But certainly a Gilt, it's a power wagon that you can appreciate lots of things about. One coming out in four is classy looking from the side. A Gilt that's got to be heavier bone to get her into the top three, but certainly one that outlines and proportions good from the side. A real heavy duty one comes out here next that we got out of the sea that has got great big bones from behind. She didn't originally catch a pin because I thought her hocks set in her a little too wide, and as we get her out here, that just kind of reaffirms my thoughts that that's certainly the case with this one. I do appreciate the bone work that she's got. I appreciate how stout she is in her skull shape. Young man brings you a real powerful one that's good in her rib and her center body. She's got some width and muscle. That's a Gilt that needs to get out and go better. I'd like to lengthen her hip, like to lengthen her head over her blade ever so slightly also. But in terms of just fundamentals of a good hog, that one's got some power. She's got some product. She's got some stoutness. Can appreciate all those things. Sent this one across to the scales because I thought her look ahead of her blade was good for a spotted Gilt. I thought that one had good toe quality. Obviously, as we get her out here in terms of just her flesh and condition, she's a little poorer there than the other Gilts we had in this class, but certainly a Gilt that's good built, got good look, got a good hind leg, good class of spots. My compliments to all the kids.
Thank you, ma'am. So the placings went to Jeremiah Molina from Floyd County. Fifth was Tatum Jingo from Mansfield FFA. Fourth was Hollis Wright from Stephenville. Third was Stockton Matthias from Midland FFA. Second was Kaysen Card from Ellis County. And our class winner was Artery Barak from McLennan County. We're now judging Class 2 spots. Okay, we need David McCarson from Olney FFA on the spot side.
We have had a very special knife turned into the announcement stand. If you're missing a knife and you can describe it, it's turned into the announcement stand.
And we might need David McCarson from Olney. We have him on here twice. We don't know.
Places in our class 2 draw. 10th place went to J.C. Hickey from Miles FFA. 9th place, Kylie Molina, 3rd FFA. 8th place, Jeremiah Medrano, Brady FFA. 7th place, Jamie Rosebrew, Borger FFA. 6th place, Noe Reyna, Hopkins County 4-H. 5th place, Hadley Butler, Alexa FFA. 4th place, Lane Talley, Comanche County 4-H. 3rd place, Allison Prater, Hamlin FFA. 2nd place, Carly Hagan, Henrietta FFA. And 1st place, Cole Tate with Brock FFA. In this class 2 draw class, the top 2 will be called back to show for potential sale consideration. Thank you.
Okay, these spot gilts in the ring have been dismissed by our judge, and you can take them back to your pins. And please give them a round of applause. We're going to go ahead and call the next class of spots. We need to call Class 3 spots. Class 3 spots, please come to the holding pen.
Just a reminder, at the conclusion of today's show, a list will be posted of gilts that will be in the sale in the order that they were sent. These gilts must remain in the barn, and the exhibitor or representative must be present to move the gilt to sale lot pins that correspond to your sale lot number
So we get out here and start to sort on the top pair in this class. I think this is an incredibly close call and a tough decision. Her ability to just get out and drive and reach off of both ends of her skeleton, I think, is better than the gilt that we've got in second. Not only that, as you get right on top of this female, the upper third of her body cavity is busted open wider, and she takes that same width through the center portion of her body all the way to the base of her skeleton. She's not as tricked out looking as the one that's going to go second. She's not as clean ahead of her blade. I'd certainly like to fix that about this one. And as we compare to the gilt that's going to go in second, certainly not as big armed and not as big a footed. The gilt that's going to go two has got some out there pieces, and honestly, I love lots of things about this one. As she came through the back, that's one that I thought would probably start this class off as we get her out here. She's just a little hesitant to the step. I personally think that's because she's a little softer footed, and when her claws hit the ground, I just don't think that one wants to drive and plant and go. Where this one is good. She's freaky good, though, in my opinion. Those are great big paws. Those are big arms. As you get her out here and look at her, to have that kind of forearm shape and that size of foot to still be as clean ahead of her blade as she is, I think is awfully hard to do. Does she need to get out here and go better? Absolutely. Would we like to smooth her up over her ham-loin junction? You bet. Outside of those two things, I think that's a really neat animal that winds up in second. The hog that comes out third here is another one that is a guy that likes to breed spotted pigs, is very interested to me, and if someone attached to this pig wants to reach out to me at some point and tell me how this one's bred, I'd certainly be interested, because where this one's good is hard to make spot hogs good. To have that big of toes that are still square and propped up front is something we struggle with a little bit on our spot herd at home. So to see one come out that has that big an arm, that still has that kind of toe quality, this one interests me a great deal. Is she too harsh bodied? Yeah, absolutely. Would I like to clean her up in her crest and the crest of her neck? Yes, I would. If we can fix her in those two areas, I think we could get this one on and get her fluffy in the center portion of her cage. Her neck's only going to get worse. So she comes with her problems, but where that one is good, she's awfully fun to look at. The hind leg assembly of that one I also think is very good. The one coming out here in fourth is sharp looking from the profile. She's got great hair. She's got great texture to her body shape. When we put that one in motion, especially from behind, she wants to twist and not plant her toes as square and doesn't just reach and drive with as much authority as the gilts that we had right ahead of her, but certainly a gilt that as you get her out here just emits quality in terms of her look. Love her extension up front. I think her fill is good. Her condition's right. Her shape is good. They've done a really nice job of getting that pig ready to come to the show. For me, we just got to assemble the rear third of her skeleton a little better to get her higher in this class. The gilt that comes out next, the young lady's done a nice job of driving her pig. She did a nice job driving a couple yesterday from what I remember as well. You get that one out here. That gilt's just plainer about her features. You study her jawline, and she's just a little sissier there, and that kind of tells the story from there back. There's just not as much to that one in terms of spread, and at the ground she just gets a little frailer in her toe size, but certainly one that's fit up well in terms of just her fill, her bloom, and her condition. You like those things a lot about that one. Young man's gilt that comes out next is one that from the side takes a nice picture. She's extended ahead of her blade. She's got shape on the top side of her skeleton. As you get her out here and watch her in motion, she wants to slope off a little bit in her hip design there. I don't see that one being as stout in her front arm or ankle as the ones we had at the top of the class. The young lady that rounds off the top end of our class here brings you one that through the back I just thought was a good built one. To have that kind of bone and still have some spread and some substance up high, I thought it deserved this one a pin. As we get her out here and just watch her go, she's not as big in her ankle, and as she drives directly at me, she's a little concave in the shape to her knee. But certainly a nice gilt to still miss some quality to round off our class. Let's give all the spot exhibitors there a round of applause.
Get in our class draw here, and it's a process to work on with some of us judges. I'm sure the ones that have changed that a little bit. I mean, those things are so long. They better have the ability to grow. They just don't balance and support enough. And we get out here, the one that wins the class is certainly the one that's just the most proportional in terms of his body and symmetry. Young lady wins the class for me. One that's still really good in terms of her flexibility and the way she hinges her hip and her hop. She's got more chub and belly, and she has the ability to get it because she's not as long body southern. So one in second, no doubt we changed the top line on this one just a little bit. This one reminds me of an old meat packer line of hogs that J.R. Walker used to have in the 80s back then. And that one's got genuine, true shape, and man, you don't see that in these draws enough anymore. Some of these things are so pressed soft they don't have any muscle at all. But that one's a stout, tall, shapely one with a big hip in it. Obviously, it's a little softer in its
All right, placings in Class 2 spots. 7th, Rory Chisholm, Callisburg. 6th, Brody Wetstein from Stephenville. 5th, Paisley Chandler, Ardell. 4th, Cheyenne Trojak from Wall. 3rd, Greenlee Moore, Young County. 2nd, Jacob Anzaluda from Archer County, and our class winner was Kinsey Short from Montague County. We're now judging Class 3 spots.
Placings in our third Class 3 drop, the top three, which we call that for sale consideration. 10th place was Adeline Ford, Banks FFA. 9th place, Brady Ratliff, Clemson FFA. 8th place, Thomas Smith, Warden FFA. 7th place, Aubrey Harris, Mills County 4-H. 6th place, Jody Blevins, Valley View FFA. 5th place, Ryden Lunsford, Parker County 4-H. 4th place, Bailey Browning of Avery FFA. And our top three, Jalen Gray from Clyde FFA. 2nd place, Aiden Fishback from NC FFA. And our class winner, Brianna Nolan of Stephenville FFA. At this time, we request that if you have seats in the northwest corner sale lot here, please move those seats prior to lunch. Seats in the northwest corner that are in the sale bin, please remove those seats by lunch to the new open bin.
Okay, these gilts in the ring have been released. You can go back to your pen, and please give these kids a round of applause. And this is 3, right? This is first call for Class 4 spots. Class 4 spots, please make your way to the holding pen.
At this time, the
This class probably fell together as smooth as any as we've done. We've got them stacked in here in the order I like them. Young lady here wins and wins pretty easy in terms of just bringing you one that's awesome looking, got some width, got some spread. Really kind of a non-decision to be made in this class for the one that was going to win. The young man that brings you a gilt is going to go second. This one fundamentally is just a solid one. When you study her at the ground, I think she's got good toe quality. She's got some bone. Probably not just as wild looking up front, not as tall at the point of her shoulder as the one that wins, but certainly a good bodied gilt, is good in her feet and leg placement. Lots of nice things to say about that one that goes second, just not quite as wild looking as the one that wins. Young man brings you a hog out in third that's got some power and some products. As we compare that one to the ones that go first and second, she comes with a little extra crest on the top side of her neck, and when you study that one's body cavity, she just reads a little flatter there through her forerib than the ones that go 1 and 2, but certainly a stout one with some muscle and product. Can appreciate those things about her. Hog that comes out in fourth is just basic in terms of her build, and I can appreciate that in a breed that likes to be bad built. This one isn't. She hits the ground square on all four. As you study this one and compare to those that went ahead of her, there's just not as much to her. It's hard to let her climb the ladder any higher than that because the ones that go 1, 2, 3 ahead of her have just got so much more width and power than she's got. Young lady's gilt that comes out of the next hole, height the shoulder. I like the length of rump that she's got. So we compare her to the ones that were ahead of her. She's frailer at the ground, doesn't come with as much spread on the top side of her skeleton. There is some width and muscle that comes out of the gilt that we round off our class with. For me, this one just got a little snipier about her head. Didn't come with as much just genuine stoutness at the ground in terms of ankle and foot size, but certainly one with some width and some muscle. Love those things about that gilt. Nice class of spots. Let's pay all those kids off with a hand.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, placing in Class 3 spots were 6th, Carson Spicer, Arion County, 4-H. 5th, Cadence Staling from Kendall County. 4th, Morgan Reinhardt from Bandera County. 3rd, Memphis Wells, Coriel. 2nd, Jaden Wade from Callisburg. And our class winner was Jesse Hartnett from Wall FFA. We are now judging Class 4 spots.
for Victoria. And then we need
Okay, we need 2 spot gilts here. We need Casey Burris, Kerr County, and Aiden De Leon from Veterans Memorial FFA. It's okay. We need 2 here, which would be Aiden De Leon from Veterans Memorial FFA and Casey Burris from Kerr County. Your class is being shown. Okay, the judge has released these gilts in the ring, and you can please take them back to your pen, and everybody give them a round of applause. Appreciate your effort. And this is the first call for Class 5 spots. First call, Class 5 spots, come to the holding ring.
Your class 4 drop, the top 2 will come back for sale consideration. 10th place, class 4 drop was Colby Barnes from Lavernia FFA. 9th place, David Stokes, Stephenville FFA. 8th place, Allie Hodges, Blanket FFA. 7th place, Grace Rutledge, Seymour FFA. 6th place, Renatisha Sanchez, Floydada FFA. 5th place, Kate Barker, UF County 4A. 4th place, Jadalyn Gray, Clyde FFA. 3rd place, Jackson Bryan, Pleasanton FFA. And our top 2 places, Micaiah Williams of Montague County 4A. And 1st place, Stockton Matthews, Midland FFA. Congratulations to our class 4 drop. Attention in the swan barn, we have a missing gilt. Gilt number 19066 is a girl. If you have her in your hand or you know where she is, please come to the announcer's stand. Girl number 19066. Tyler Jackson with Hyco FFA. Tyler Jackson with Hyco FFA. You're meeting in the holding pen. 4, it's place 1 and 2.
Okay, we're going to call Class 5 one more time. Class 5, please come to the holding ring.
An interesting trio here on the top end of this class, and these things are all put together a little differently, and I'd be the first guy to admit that the one that's going to win has certainly got her problems in the way that she's constructed and the way her front toes hit the surface. Outside of that, this is an exotic-looking animal that's got a wild head and neck and a great big chest. You get on top of her without question. She's got the most genuine shape running down her loin as she leaves you. That's a big, square-hipped female, and as you watch her get out here from the side, even though her front toes probably don't hit the surface perfect, I still think she's the most relaxed, the most comfortable in the way that she strides up front. From behind, I think she's got plenty of reach and go. Real wild looking one there to go ahead and start this class. The young man that goes to brings you one that in the back hit me hard as this one comes out the gate. She's so broad, she's so stout. You get on top of her, her rib cage is so good as that one goes right away from you. She wants to roll her hocks a little bit to the outside of her skeleton, and as we compare her to the one that wins, honestly, she just gets a little more conservative about her look, gets a little pudgier there ahead of her blade, probably not quite as stout in her jawbone as the one that wins. The one that she's the biggest crested one and the smallest ankled one, and honestly that's just kind of a bad combo if you ask me, but I appreciate this thing. She's got a great big back, her skin and hair texture is awesome, her rib cage is good, she's got muscle. We could tweak on that one in a few areas. I think it gets even closer there on the top end. The man that comes out next brings you one that from the side has got a good pattern, and you can like the look and extension she gives you ahead of her blade. As we compare that one to the ones that went ahead of her, she's a little frailer at the ground, certainly doesn't have as much muscle. Gilt coming out next is big-bodied, and she's sound when you put her into motion. Another one that just gets a little general in her look and gets a little plainer, but certainly if you take this one home, get her mated right, I think that one can go home and produce something that could work. Just got to take her to something freaky enough to add some muscle and add some bone to her. Young man's Gilt that comes out next is another one that looks like a couple of those right ahead of her. Got enough look from the side, got a good enough build, just needs more to her to get her higher. The one coming out that that the young man has here has got a great big hind leg, and I appreciate that a lot about this female. As we put her into motion, that's when problems start to arise of the top end of this class. No doubt she's the quickest to the step. When you study the front end of her skeleton, certainly like to clean her up there ahead of her blade some. Gilt that comes out next caught a pin through the scales pretty easy for me. I didn't know exactly when we sent her that way where she would end up, but I did think this one's just proportionality in the shape that she's got to her center body cavity was certainly deserving of a pin. As we get her out here and compare her to those that beat her, she's just a little plainer looking, probably not as wide when you step right in behind her. Really a nice class of spots, one that was fun to look at on the top end. Let's give all those kids.
Paisley Chandler from Ardell FFA. 7th was Western Chandler from Ardell FFA. 7th. 6th was Grady Lackey from Hamilton. 5th was Harper Lackey from Hamilton. 4th was Jacob Swatzel from Erith County. 3rd was Cassidy Collette from Hamilton. 2nd was Jacob Pennington from Wise County 4-H. And our class winner was Molly Waldron from Evant FFA. And that's Class 4. We are now judging Class 5. Good enough? Okay, the judge has released these exhibitors in the ring, and you can take them back to your pen. And thank you, kids, for coming. Please give them a round of applause. This is 5, right? This is 5. Okay, we're judging 5, so this is the first call for Class 6 spots. First call.
After my time, and that's fine and dandy. But we get out here, I'm real happy with the class winners that we have out here. That being said, there's one that's there's still an easy winner for me. It's the one that pushes the limits, and by golly, this breed needs to be pushing the limits because I'm tired of all the pitches that we have in this deal. I mean, this one's bold and stout, still athletic and good looking, easy champion right here, young man.
Some people are asking about break for lunch on this purebred side. When we finish for the champion spot, then we're going to break for lunch about 40 minutes. And then we just have the Yorkshires to do and the Supreme. So everybody can plan a little bit. When we're finished with the spots, which will probably take us about 30 minutes, 35, 40 minutes, then we're going to break for about 40 minutes for lunch, and we'll resume with the Yorkshires and the Supreme Drive.
For a reserve champion on this side in terms of the draw field, there's one out here that's just the second best animal. Is it as bloomy and fleshy as some of the others? No, and one that shows perfect right out of the gate, but man, this guy's got it under control now. This one here, guys, if you guys disagree with me, I'll argue with you all day long. This one's stature, and this one's skull, this one's forearm, this one's true squareness of build. Young man, he'll be reserve champion.
Got a nice pair here on the top end of this class, and I like to use the young lady's gilt there on the far side, and the fact that she's just a little flighty ear doesn't exactly bother me. I've probably been involved with spot projects that have more questionable parentage than this one does, but you get this thing out here and watch her go from the side. Her ability to plant and drive off of her rear toes and to show you the bottom of her heel as she drives is unmatched as we get her out here and compare to her contemporaries. I like that one from the side a great deal. I think she balances well. I like her height to shoulder. I like her length of spine. I like how long she is out of her hip, and I think her extra length of hip is why she's able to get out here and travel the surface so effortlessly as we compare her to the one that's going to go second. There's not as much width there. As you step right in behind that one, a guy's got to make a judgment call. Is she wide enough to win? For this show judge for this day in this class, I thought she was. Like I say, the one coming out in two has probably got a little extra width there at the base of her skeleton, and if you want to make a case, if you're sitting ringside, that a guy should have used this one because she's got more to her, hey, then that's okay. I can understand that. For me, I thought she got a little bubblier about her rump shape, and as we put her into motion, I just didn't think she bent out of her hock and her rear heel as good as the one that wins the class. The one coming out in third probably does move just a little better from behind than the one that was second, and she should. She's not as descriptive in her muscle pattern. She's not as wide in her build, so it is to her advantage that she doesn't have those things, and with that, she does have the ability to get out here and motor a little better than the one that went right ahead of her. It was those disadvantages, though, for me that made her have to go third in this class. She's got to have more muscle up high. When we compare to the ones that go first and second, she got a little flatter in the way that her front foot hit the surface and wanted to roll her toes in ever so slightly. An interesting hog comes out here in four that's got great big arms and a hind leg that's big. That one's too tubey about her body shape. She's too big about the crest of her neck. But if you can fix those areas, I think you can run that one a little higher because she's got the big bones and she goes good. Young lady's gilt that comes out next is one that from the side I think patterns up good. That's another one that's got the right kind of length and proportions. As we put her into motion, things get a little awry. She gets a little straighter. Young lady's gilt here that comes out next. Honestly, commend you for showing that as a spot because lots of people in the state that I live in would have tried to sneak that one into the Polands. For me, that one just wasn't stout enough at the ground to try to get her any higher in this class, but certainly one from the side. It's got good length, good elevation, and a good running gear. Just got to blow that one apart at the surface, add a little bone to her to get her higher. The gilt that comes out next probably does have a little more bone, and I wish we could have combined the two that we've just looked at, and I think we could have had something pretty special. That one does need to get out and go better. She needs to be a little smoother as we look at her from the profile. Hog coming out next has got some width and muscle. As you step in behind that one, she wants to roll her hock to the outside of her skeleton a little too much for me. As you study her from the side, she gets just a little shorter about her rump design. I love her bone, I love her power, I love her width. A nice class of spots. My compliments to all the kiddos there. Let's give them a big hand as they all head back.
Okay, placings in Class 5 spots. 8th was Darren Sykes from Dumas, FFA. 7th went to Paisley Fowler from Pester, FFA. 6th was Brooklyn A. De Leon, Erith County. 5th was Casey Barnes, Lavernia, FFA. 4th was Katie Braden, was Valerie Franklin from Archer County. And our first place went to Kylie Huseman from Lubbock Cooper, FFA. We're now judging Class 6 spots, which is our final class. So if you have a first or second place spot, we'll need you up here in a little bit.
We're missing Class 1 Chester from White Deer FFA. A Class 1 Chester from White Deer FFA. Please bring it to the holding here. Announcement of the Star Show.
Okay, the judge has released these gilts in the ring, and the exhibitors can take them back to their pen. And please give them a hand for all their efforts. Okay, this is Class 6, our last class. So if you're a first and second place spot, you can slowly make your way to the holding pen. And after we judge for champion and reserve champion spot, we're going to break for lunch a little bit, then resume with the Yorkshires.
At this time, we're going to call our Class 2 testers to the stars ring. Class 2 testers to the stars ring.
Really a good class to end the spotted show over here. And the one we win with, it was kind of a no discussion winner in my opinion. Her added bulk and bloom is just so good. And to be this size and to have that much to her, she's still attractive and youthful ahead of her blade. In an ideal world, we'd square that one up just a little bit when you step right in behind her, maybe pull her up on her toes ever so slightly. But that's being very critical of a fresh back one that's wild looking, that gets out here and has the ability to play and go incredibly well. This thing's running gear, in my opinion, is only matched or bested by the hog that goes second in this class. Even though I'm not just saying that, I guess, because this one's fast and likes to run a little bit. But if you study that one's skeleton, her length of rump is so good, and the cushion she's got to her hawk and rear heel is awesome. If you can make that one as bloomy and chubby, probably is the one that wins the class. Good job, buddy. Things will get very close there. The hog coming out in third is one that's just a mean potatoes kind of pig. It's got some width, got some muscle, got some bone. wants to run downhill a little bit too much for me. I'd like to relax that gilt in her shoulder and just allow her to get out here and drive with a little more comfort up front. But just that one's body type is certainly what we appreciate and what we're looking for. Hog coming out in fourth is one that from the side has got a sharp look. You can appreciate that. She's got shape up high. She gets a little frailer at the ground. As we get that one out and get her in motion, she gets a little restricted in the way that she moves out of her shoulder, but certainly one that's got some bulk, got some bloom, got some muscle. You like those things about that one. Young lady's gilt coming out next is one that's presented incredibly well. This young lady does an awesome job of showing pigs. Skin, hide, and hair very good on this gilt. As you start the animal, she gets a little flatter about her body. You compare that one to the ones that went ahead of her. She's flatter and drier in her midrib. She's a little tucked up in her flank, and as she goes right away from you, she gets just a touch narrower at the base of her skeleton. One coming out next does have the advantages in terms of the softness of the center portion of her body cavity as we compare to the gilt that went right ahead of her. One of this one's at fault for me is when you put her into motion, she wants to drop her claws too far down to the surface for me, gets a little restricted up front because of that, and then the same story from behind, just gets a little straighter and more upright in her pastern and just doesn't get out here and flex and drive like the ones that went ahead of her in this class. Gilt that comes out next, one that when you get on top of her is just impressive to me. She's flat back, she's got some shape, she's got some muscle expression. That gilt from a balance perspective has to wind up down the bottom of the class for me. She doesn't just put it together and get out and go and throw her head and elevate and just put herself together like a show pig, but she is big boned, she is flat backed. I like those things about that one. The gilt here that comes out next has got lots of muscle and width, and I love that about that one in the back. Get her out here, study her compared to her contemporaries. She tucks her hind leg up too far underneath her skeleton. As you study her front end assembly, she gets a little frailer bone and a little softer footed. I like her height of shoulder. I like her extension up front. I like her muscle. If we could build that one a little better, I think we could have got her higher. Nice class of spots. Let's give all the kids there a round of applause.
All right, placing in Class 6 spots were in 8th place, J.C. Hoyt, Hardin County, 4-H. 7th was Avery Johnson from Wink, FFA. 6th was Kaylee Hatcher from Clear Falls. 5th was 4th was Kinley Gardner, Coryell County. 3rd went to Lily Wilkins, Royce City, FFA. 2nd was Levi Works from Pretty, FFA, and our class winner was Sawyer Owen from Hill County 4-H. We're now judging for champion and reserve champion spot.
Class 2, testers were missing pigs from Andrews, Zephyr, and Mills County. Andrews, Zephyr, and Mills County. Please bring your Class 2 testers to the show ring.
Real good pair here to start our Chester show, and the one that wins is the young lady in the yellow. That one is bigger in terms of its bone. It's better in terms of its set to its rear leg. It pulls the top quarter behind its tail right when in motion. It's one that's really good in terms of its chest floor. Its column of bone on the front end of its assembly is equally as good as its rear bone. It transitions into an awesome king with a big back, turns the king, really square, nice Chester that has wins. Young lady then in second is one that's, here again, another really good balance, good middle one out here. Not quite as big as the leg as the other one. It gets underneath itself just a little bit when viewed from the side in terms of his rear leg. Like to see that before it talked back just a notch further. That one probably is just a bit better in terms of the crest of his neck, but I live with it within this breed because we've got a little bit of a Chester deal. The young lady that comes out next to third, not as balanced as the top two in relation to its design and build. A little lower about the point of his shoulder. It's one that probably caves in just a notch more the center portion of his rear, his forerib. I like in terms of his rear leg. That's a big rear leg with a lot of spread to his dewclaw. His function of goes, plants, and grasps the surface really good. The young lady that comes out next, this one's a little plainer about his front one, third in relation to those top ones. A little flatter about his breast piece. And it's actually starting to make that affect that one a little bit in terms of its movement out of its front end assembly. That one's got a big cage, a big rib. Looks like a brood cow should be to its midsection. Young man that comes out next is harsher in terms of its midsection in relation to being a brute style female. It's a little shorter definite in terms of its lesser leg, the one that we like and appreciate the shape that it has. A good class of chesters to get it started off.
I'm glad Shane had to spend some time talking those chesters while I was picking your champion spot because, in my opinion, in a lot of the other breeds, we've had kind of clear-cut winners. I do not think we do in the spot show. I think you get these 6 class winners out here, and the quality is so good. And honestly, as you get them out here, if you're standing behind one of these, you could probably make a case that you should have won, and I would listen to it because I think there's some give and take between all these. And honestly, for as challenging as the spot breed was at times to get through today, especially as we sorted some of those in the back. These 6 class winners are good, and I'd be proud to be a part of any of these. Like I said earlier, this is a breed that's pretty close to me. We're trying to raise these at the house and trying to make them good, and we want them to look like the ones that are in the ring now. I think we've got hogs out here that are good built, that are comfortable, that's feet and legs are for the most part pretty right, and then we start adding some extras onto them, and I thought this set of spots did that incredibly well. There's one of them for me that just looked like, as we get them out here, just looked like she came to the show trying to win today. She's fresh, she's bloomy, she's ready, she's still youthful. Young ladies heavyweight, your champion. We get that second place out here, and I'll just bebop through these real quick, talk about all of them just real briefly. Young lady in the green sweater out of that class brought one that won that class so easily from just a look and balance perspective. I love that gilt, honestly. Is she as mature as the one we use? No, but that thing's build and look and lines and angles are so good. I think if she does mature, that one's going to be awfully good. I guess the question for me today is she stout enough to win? Does she have enough extras to win? I certainly think she's one that's in contention. Young lady in the white sweater here brings you one that's so comfortable and good in her build. Probably not as just wild looking as some others we've got out here, but certainly a nice gill. The young lady in the purple came out of a tough class, and she brings you certainly the one that's the most exotic of the show. And if that one goes on and produces a bull or produces a major show bearer champion someday, I will not be surprised. Is her build as elite as some of the others out here? No, it's not, but her pieces are certainly as far-reaching as any of them we get to look at. The young lady in the green vest here brings you a gilt that's just hard to knock a hole in. If you look at that one's rear leg column, just ask, maybe is that one just stout enough to take home a banner today? And that's the question on that one, but certainly lots of good there. The young lady's gilt here that we talked about being just a little flighty-eared won that class because she's so good in her build. Probably need to crack that one open a little bit to get her in contention today. And then we have the second place gilt that comes out that's so good built, but another one that probably just needs to power up in her rib and body. It's very close for me today when we're studying quality. The one that I think is just the second best one in terms of her build, her look, her design. She's not the most ready one, but I do think her quality is second best. Young ladies lightweight's going to be reserved.
Enter class 3, Chester White, to the start ring, class 3 Chester, the show ring.
So in our spot show, our champion spot was exhibited by Sawyer Owenby from Hill County 4-H. And the reserve was Audrey Barak from McLennan County 4-H. That concludes the spot show. We're going to take a break for lunch. We'll resume with the Yorkshires, which is our last breed, then the Supreme Drive. So everybody has a little time, then we'll start over, about 40, 45 minutes.
Placings in our star gilt Chester White, class 1, class place 10, Jeremiah Medrano, Gracie FFA, place 9, Landry Christie, Dallas County 4-H, 8th place, Madison Clinton, Wimberley FFA, 7th, Holly Fulkerson, Halabusa County
young lady that comes out next in third, this one kind of wants to hug the fences a little too much, but man, that's a burly, big, stout, dense one. Them are big feet with awesome toe spread. It's one that's got good head shape on it. You know, you get behind that one, and especially on its left rear, we'd like to utilize the rear hoof and pastern just a notch better. It gets a little more rigid in terms of the use and function of that one when you meet the surface at the ground, but certainly one that's burly and dense. The young lady that comes out next is one that's still good in terms of the
Okay, we're going to fire back up here. We just like one class, one breed are the Yorkshires. And if the ring help will kind of work this way. And we're going to say this is the first call for Class 1 Yorkshires. First call for Class 1 Yorkshires.
Attention in the barn. Line committee volunteers, let's get to our gates, and we're going to get started here right quick. We'll be calling for our first class of Hampshires on the star side. Hampshires
Fishback, Comanche FFA.
Okay, we need one pig, one Yorkshire, Class 1, Aiden Fishback from Comanche FFA. Your class is being shown. If you're here, please come or let us know. Aiden Fishback.
Class 1 dancers, our first class after lunch. We are looking for a hog from Midland Legacy and one from Bryson FFA in our Class 1 hamsters. Please bring your Class 1 hamsters to the ring. Midland Legacy and Bryson.
Okay, our judge has excused these gilts in the ring. You exhibitors can take them back to your pen, and thank you for coming. And please give them a round of applause for their effort. And we're going to call Class 2 Yorkshires to the holding pen. Okay, this is the second call for Class 2 Yorkshires. Class 2 Yorkshires, please come to the holding pen.
Young ladies Gilt there that starts this class off does so pretty handily. Not only did that one give me the most striking image and leave the most memorable view in the back, but you get her out here and she's still the one that gets out here and covers her tracks well. She comes with some added width and dimension off both ends of her skeleton. As you study that one and get on top of her, to be that elegant looking from the side, she's still got plenty of bulk, plenty of mass. I think a really nice one there to go ahead and start. The young man here to my left that goes 2 brings you one that's certainly a powerhouse, and if you start to study this one at the ground, she's just so big, and her toe size and her arms big, and you study that one coming and going, she's probably got a little more genuine base width than the one that went right ahead of her. For me, that Gilt's a little quicker about her maturity pattern. There's not quite as much daylight underneath that one as the one that wins the class, but if you want to try to take one home, try to make some white exotic kind of show bears to show down here in the Southwest, certainly that one's got some options to do that. For me, she's just a little too chubby, a little too close to the ground. The one that comes out here in third, the young man did a nice job of driving, and we left her out the whole time, and she's still hitting her tracks well and gets out and covers ground. For me, when we compared her to the ones that went first and second, she's a little frailer at the ground when you study her front arm. When you get right on top of that one, she's just a little disappointing in the amount of muscle that she gives you when we compare her to the ones that went first and second in this particular class. Hog coming out in fourth is one that, for me, from the side, I thought did a lot of things right in terms of just giving you a good look, patterning well. You study that one from the top of her shoulder all the way back to her tailhead. She's as level as any of them there. For me, she ends up fourth. When you start breaking this one down at the ground, she's too frail for me to get her any higher, but from the side, the look she gives you and just the balance that she has, I think is very good. We've got a really stout one that comes out of the next hole that's got big bones and got some muscle. When you step in behind that one, she's a little Bowie in her hawk design, and when you watch her go from the side, she's just a little restricted in her rear leg movement, but certainly one I can appreciate because she's got big bones, she's got a big back, got a big hip. Love those things about that one. The one that comes out next is a tall-fronted, attractive one. When we compare her to some of those that went right ahead of her, she's a little narrower in her chest floor. When she comes right at you, she gets a little concave in her knee, and certainly probably not as stout in her bone columns, but after you get past those things about this one, you can appreciate a lot. From the side, she's long, she's level out of her rump. I like that. She's extended ahead of her blade. Just got to stouten her up. One that comes out next year is another one that's just got to have some more bone underneath her to get her higher, and I know we've harped on that, and I'm not necessarily a guy that just judges them at the ground and the stoutest ones always win. Ones like that, to me, do got to be stouter to get them higher at a show of this magnitude. Certainly can appreciate her look, can appreciate her build, just got to give her a little more structure. One coming out next was the first pig that came through the sift, and I thought she set the tone good for starting your Yorkshire show. I like that thing's muzzle. You study her, she's stout there in her jawline. She's got some discrete muscle down her back. As we compare her to some of those that beat her in this class, she was narrower at the ground, she was flatter in her body shape, and just didn't have enough extras to get her higher. Was certainly a quality Gilt to end up where she did. Congratulations to all those Yorkshire exhibitors. Let's give them all a hand as they head back.
Class 2 York. Class 2 Ham. Please come to the star room. Class 2 Ham. We need you to report to the star room.
And the placing of Class 1 Yorks is 8th place, Isabella Pasio from Whitesboro. 7th went to Connor Donovan, Lockney FFA. 6th went to Kaylee Elliott, Miles FFA. 5th was Carla Vasquez, Pecos County 4-H. 4th was Sophia Patton from Salado FFA. 3rd was Jason Fleetman from Valley View. 2nd was Cash Reed Swearingen from Bosque County. And our class winner was Lila Bonert from Kendall County 4-H. We are now judging Class 2 Yorks. There's only 3 classes of Yorks, so if you have a champion, a reserve champion for the Supreme Drive, it won't be too long. We'll need you up here at the ring. let me get her through. Let me open the gate there.
Sorry.
Fifth place, Gilts of Dallas Harvard County 4A. Fourth place,
Let me out, young man. Let me out.
Morgan of Trinity FFA. Third place was Riley Langford of Parker County 4A. Second, Markley Mathis of Midland FFA. And first place went to Macy Sibby from Stephenville FFA. We will take the top two to return for possible sale spots.
Okay, the judge has excused the Gilts in the ring, and they're going back to their pins. If you want to give them an applause, I'm sure the exhibitors would appreciate it. And this is the first call for Class 3 Yorkshires, which is our final class of Yorkshires. First call for Class 3 Yorkshires.
a little lower, about a cent for front end, and a little softer in terms of her pattern. She's a little cheaper in the hip, but that's a big rib, awesome head, great cage, and one that comes out to really, really good. Nice top end of those hamsters to give those exhibitors a hand.
Got a top three of these Yorkshire Gilts here that I think all represent some quality, but outside of maybe the one that's going to end up being first, need to be just a hair stronger front-toed. She's the best one in about every other aspect. So any critics of this one that want to hate on her front feet, hey, I'm right there with you. I wish they were a little better. She's the best one absolutely everywhere else, so she's going to get to win today. Young man that's going to go two brings you one that's got a stout skull. I really love a lot of things about this Gilt as well. You get on top of her, she's opened up so good on the top side of her blade. Her center rib cage is good. Her fill is right. I love lots of things about that Gilt. I didn't think she was quite as square. When you step in right behind her is the Gilt that won the class. I didn't think she was quite as wild looking as the one that won. But in terms of just form and function, there's lots of good things in that one. The Gilt in third is another one that I think is sharp looking from the side. She falls a little bit out of balance for me when we get her out here and watch her from the side. She's got a little too much length to her spine for this Okie pig judge, I guess, to really want to tie into this one. But I do love lots of things about her. She's extended from the blade forward as you put her in motion. I think she uses her hip and her hock and her hind leg very well. Just a little out of balance and a little disproportional as we view her from the side. Young man's Gilt here that comes out next is one that survived the drive and stayed going for a long time out here. Actually probably resembles in type and kind our second place Gilt quite a bit. For me, that one was a little too sissy about her jawline, and as you study her out here from the side, she's just a little jammed up from the blade forward, but certainly the midrib in that one and just the center third of that one's body cavity, very, very good. Gilt that comes out next just kept working her way up in this class. In no way is this one a Gilt that's got a lot of extras in terms of width or stoutness, but her just fault-free kind of design and the package that she offers allowed that one to work her way up into the top half of this class. Got to pry that one apart. Got to give her more to get her higher. Was certainly a nice Gilt to fall where she did. Gilt coming out next has got good shape up high. Unfortunately, when you get her out here from the side and watch this Gilt go from the profile, she wants to run downhill a little bit. Not as stout in her bone columns as some of those that we had right ahead of her. Young lady's Gilt that comes out next is one that when she came through the stiff, there was no doubt that this one wasn't going to get a pin. I just didn't know what number it would be. I think she's got great big limbs underneath her, and she actually has the ability to plant and reach and go from behind. She certainly has some breeding value and some neat pieces. She doesn't balance good enough from the side to really get any higher today than she got, but where she's good, I think that one's awfully neat, and she's fun to look at. We're going to let out some more of these things coming out down the line here that are good built hogs that just didn't have the extras as those ahead of them. Certainly a deep class. We kept a few extras here. Really a fun set of Yorkshires. Let's pay all them kiddos off in that class with a big round of applause.
Over on this side of the champion hamster drive, and a nice pair out here, no doubt. There's one that I deviate through pretty easy, actually, in my mind, and it's one that I think is so special within this breed, one that's so wide in terms of his kin set. Comes down with a big, big rear leg and sets it down with some use of his heel and his foot. It's still one that's awesome in terms of his body and his strength from blade to hip. Young lady in the black will be your champion.
Okay, I'll give the placings on Class 2 Yorkshires. We actually had 11 of them placed. Ethan Spindle from Whitesboro was 11th. 10th, Lillian Mann, Corio County. 9th, Christian Swintek from Wimberley. 8th was Addison Granberry, Van Zandt County. 7th, Madeline Stapp, Albany. 6th went to Kaya Williams, Montague County. 5th was Emma Stuckey Stapp, Alvarado FFA. That was 5th. 4th was Tyler Halbert, Burleson Center. 3rd was Molly Waldron from Evant. 2nd was Rhett Owens, Heiko, and our class winner was Paisley Oglesby from Hamilton. We're judging Class 3 Yorks, which is our last class of Yorks. In a little bit, we'll call for the first and second place Yorks. Likewise, won't be too long, we'll judge for Supreme Champion.
Together because of
Jagger, entry number 11985, and Lindley West, Livonia FFA.
Okay, we need 2 Gilts, Lindley West from Lavernia, FFA, and Monroe Jagger Monroe from Iredale, FFA. If you're coming, let us know. If not, let us know because we're moving on. Okay, our judge has released these Yorkshires in the arena. You can go back to your pen and thank you for coming. Please give them an applause. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. We're judging Class 3 Yorkshires, which is our last class. If you're first or second in Class 1 and 2, please make your way to the holding pen. Okay, we're about to conclude this Yorkshire show. If you have a breed or reserve breed champion, slowly make your way to the holding ring. Breed or reserve breed champion, it'll be our last deal. We'll judge for Supreme here in a little bit.
Young ladies here in the center of the ring have done an awesome job of not only getting their projects ready, but getting them out here and driving them. And we've looked at this pair for a while now, and I think there's plenty of gas left in the tank on both of these show gilts. So I compliment both of you young ladies on doing your work at home, because it takes a lot of work to get hogs where they can stay out here and drive this long, and especially gilts that are this big. Normally they like to tire out a long time before these did, but I think the quality within this pair is very good. We're going to use the stout, better toed option. That's the young lady to my left in the purple sweater. She's going to have your class winner. Like both of these things a great deal. If we could stouten that one up in second a little bit in her ankle in terms of her bone mass, and then lift her up on her front toes, she could have been our class winner, because I actually prefer her height to shoulder. I prefer the look she's got ahead of her blade. Just got to stouten her up at the ground, fix her on her front feet, but a very good gilt to go in the 2-hole. Young man that comes out in third brings one that coming out the gate or in the back, I thought, man, this one's going to be tough, and she was. She pushed this pair pretty close. It was on the top end. As we compare her to the ones that went first and second in this class, she wants to run downhill a little bit. If you just study the height of her shoulder, she's not as tall there. And in terms of just proportions for me, that one gets a little stretchy in her body length. What I do love about her is the ability to be as wide as she is, as stout as she is, but still get out here and cover the surface of the arena very well and very true as you step in behind her. At times from the side, she wants to tuck her hind leg up underneath her a little more than I'm probably comfortable with, but that also is probably why she's got a little extra flex and cushion there. A nice gilt that lands in the 3rd hole. Just got in a really tough class of Yorkshires. The gilt that comes out next is one that from the side patterns up really well. Like her length of spine, I like her height of shoulder. Wasn't as stout, wasn't as pride apart coming at you as the ones that beat her in this class, but certainly a competitive Yorkshire that I think as she continues to mature is only going to get better. A stoutie comes out next. It's got a big noggin and big arms. This is a gilt for me that just fell out of contention when you step right in behind her. She wants to plant her feet a little wide at the service and from the side. I don't know if she's as striking in her look as a couple of those that went right ahead of her. Young man's gilt is a little cuter option from the side in terms of just the look that she gives you ahead of her blade. As we get that one out here and study her compared to her contemporaries, she's a little narrower. She drives right at you. She gets a little concave in her knee, but she does the opposite thing out back. From behind, she wants to roll outside of her skeleton a little bit. She's just a balance problem for me. That's why she worked herself down. As we let a few of these out coming next, some nice Yorkshire females, and we kept a bunch in that class. These kiddos that we're letting out the ring now also had some real neat projects. Let's give all the Yorkshire exhibitors in that class a round of applause.
All right, I'm going to announce the Class 3 Yorkshire. We placed 10th. 10th was Colin Harris from Eastland. 9th was Cutter Roberts from Hamilton. 8th, J.C. Hoyt from Hardin County. 7th was Lexi York from Valley View. 6th was Hatley Hohertz from Mill County. 5th went to Riley Clark, Royce City FFA. 4th, Abigail Self, Royce City. 3rd, Cash Swearingen, Bosque County. 2nd, Paisley Oglesby, Hamilton. And our class winner was Kinsey Goldman from Belton. Okay, now we're judging for champion Yorkshire. And if you have a breed or reserve breed now, we really need you to come to the holding ring, get you in place so we can judge for Supreme.
And that's class Landry. The quick winner is the young man in the black vest here. One that's square built and good design. One that functions and forms out of his rear leg really good in terms of operation and ability to reach and plant and drive. Robust in terms of his cage, big in terms of his top. The young man in second is one that's obviously just an occupator in terms of not only its muscle, but its look to its front 1/3. It's in second because it's so much better in terms of the use and function of its rear leg and especially its foot than the one that comes out next in third. The one that comes out next in third, surely this one is stouter and denser in terms of its bone and ruggedness than the one in second. And I get all those things, but if you study that one in terms of the way that one plants its rear foot, is too rigid on its rear pattern. It doesn't utilize the heel enough. And because of that, it wants to swivel when it plants on the ground. It wants to swivel out of this hip instead of rotating a functional hip and hind leg. And I'm pretty critical on that. You probably hear me talk about hooks and hook balls and heels more than some people. But when we're making females, we gotta have to good at the ground, and that was not quite good enough at the ground for me to go to the second place. The young man that comes out next, this one is more secure and better in terms of its foot placement from behind than the one ahead of it, except this one gets a little flatter in terms of its gauge, a little more forward in terms of the reset of its front end assembly, a little plainer in terms of its look. Another really good class of land race. Give those kiddos a hand.
Three nice class winners here to select you a champion Yorkshire from, and honestly, as you get all three of them back out here, it becomes a little more clear cut for me than I even thought it was going to be. Young lady here in the orange is going to have your champion. Congratulations to her. We bring in the second place there, and that's a nice gilt that probably just isn't as wild looking as that champion. There's another one out here that I thought came out of a real tough class of pigs and just worked her way up in that class for being good built, being good bodied, and just not being overly messed up anywhere. In the show pig world, sometimes that's the hardest thing to do is just make one that doesn't have problems. Your reserve doesn't have many. Young lady here closest to me is going to be a reserve.
Champion. Okay, our champion Yorkshire Gilt was exhibited by Paisley Oglesby from Hamilton County, and our reserve was by Kinsey Goldman of Belton FFA. And that concludes our Yorkshire show. Now we're going to judge for Supreme Gilt Show. I didn't know that. Yeah, we need your breed and reserve breed champions in the Junior Gilt Show now. We need your breed and reserve breed champions. While we're waiting for these breed champions, reserve breed champions to come, I'd like to have time to thank the ring help. They did an awesome job. This was the biggest show we ever had, but it really was the smoothest it ever worked because we had such good ring help. And the people who worked outside checking in papers, you know, we worked till real late, close to 10. We got everybody in. And I thank the stock show for letting us continue to have the show. And we all worked together both sides. And I really appreciate it. I also want to thank our judge for coming. One thing about it, when they come, they have to find somebody at home to do their work, and then someone to babysit their children. I want to thank Jarrett and his wife, Allie, for coming a long way and doing us an excellent job. And another thing, I think everybody knows it's really not about the pigs. It's a little bit more about child development. These kids are good. The reason everybody helps is somebody helped us when we were kids, and somebody helped our kids. But just want to thank all the exhibitors and the people that helped, and I think we had a real good show.
Congratulations to our champion land race, Madison Fleetech of Wimberley FFA, and our reserve champion, Dandruff Bailey of Brighton FFA.
Okay, we're going to start this champion drive, and I'm going to announce the breed and reserve breed champions, but the reserve breed stay in your pen. Our champion dark OPB was shown by Paisley Harden from Brock FFA. Well, let's do this. Who's champion dark OPB, right, you? We already called her out, so let this one out. And the reserve champion was exhibited by Brooklyn Cathy from Paradise FFA. Where do you want to go next? Okay, our champion Berkshire was exhibited by Sawyer Owenby from Hill County 4-H. And our reserve champion Berkshire was by Kendi Smith from Midland County 4-H. The champion Duroc was Berkeley Brashear from Johnson County 4-H. And our reserve Duroc was exhibited by Kinsey Shart from Montague County. Our champion Hampshire was exhibited by Cash Reed Swearingen from Bosque County 4-H. And our reserve champion was exhibited by Kinsley Grace Frisch from Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Champion light OPB was Kenton Mabry from Crawford FFA. Reserve champion was exhibited by Ellis Bailing from Bryson FFA. Champion spot was exhibited by Sawyer Owenby, Hill County 4-H. And reserve champion spot was Audrey Barack of McClellan County 4-H.
Yorkshires.
And our champion Yorkshire was exhibited by Paisley, Ogilvy, Hamilton County 4-H, and the reserve was Kinsey Goldman from Belton FFA. These are our breed champions. We'll see what we got to get the reserve off here. Been a good ribbon.
Places in our Class 2 eliminators, 9th place, Cole Tate, Block FFA, 8th place, Grayson Clark, Burnett FFA, 7th place, Taylor Tidwell, Moore County 4-H, 6th place, Hudson Music of Cedarville FFA, 5th place, Landon Mitchell, Vision Legacy FFA, 4th place, Jacob Swatful of Erath County 4-H, 3rd place, Harley Hedges of Henrietta FFA, 2nd place, Dragon Monroe, Sierraville FFA, and our first place class winner was Sandra Taylor from Boston FFA.
Well, guys, I won't make this take a long time. I don't want to delay the show on the other side any longer than I have to. If you kids just want to park these things for just a second, we'll try to name you a champion as soon as we can. Before we do any of that, guys, I've been fortunate to get to judge in a lot of places and to judge as many pigs as we have the last 2 days and to do it as efficiently as we have and to get through them the way we have would not be possible without a lot of people. So we're going to take a little time and thank a few of those, all these guys that worked in the back, getting the pigs checked in, working the sift, all the people out here that worked these gates. Let's give these guys a huge round of applause. They certainly earned it. It sure was a pleasure for me to get to work with all you guys. We had a lot of fun, and I mean that when I say I've been to a lot of shows, and I've never judged as many pigs as effortlessly as we have the last 2 days. So I really do appreciate you guys. And then to the show staff here, hospitality for me as a show judge has been second to none from the time we started doing contracts and getting hotel reservations and all the things we did. So to the show staff that puts this on, let's give all those guys a big round of applause too. They were truly awesome to work with. It's been a really fun set of pigs, start to finish. The last 2 days has been great, and I guess it's funny to me to see that this show's grown, and it's bigger than it's ever been, because as we started selling pigs this season, there's all the rumors and the talk of everyone saying, oh, people aren't going to show pigs, it costs too much, there's no way we can feed as many, we can't afford to do it, and I wanted to say thank you to all the ag teachers, all the parents, and everyone involved that knows how important it is that kids do this. And to not worry about how much it costs. It's fun for me as a dad of 2 little girls to see that even though everyone keeps talking about it's going to die out, everything keeps going. People love it. We realize how important it is to raise our kids doing this, and there's no better place to raise them. So to all the people standing behind them, parents, breeders, ag teachers, everyone that keeps encouraging kids to do this, thank you. Thank you for making kids know it's important. Thank you for you knowing it's important. It means a lot to me and my family. Like I say, it's been fun, and to come down here and just get rejuvenized and just to think it's a few short years before I get to do this with my kids, man, it really hypes me up. I hope that someday my girls get to drive the quality of pigs that are in this show ring now. I would certainly be proud to have either of my girls show any of these, any of the reserves, and so many pigs that we've seen through the last couple of days. Guys, it's been a lot of fun for me. Let's fire these things up. I'll go get you a champion.
Yeah.
time, we'd like to call up our Class 2 Polish-China. Class 2 Polish-China, please come to the start of your movement.
That one came out earlier, guys, and she didn't make it very long into the sift or very long out here before I knew I was running with that one. That animal's got a big foot. She's sound and just puts it together for me from a design standpoint. It is so hard to make them that stout and to keep them built the way she is. I love that one. There's another pig out here that came through the ring yesterday, and as I went to bed last night, I was just thinking about what it takes to make a champion show gill, to make them that are just athletic, awesome looking, but yet still put some chub on them, put some finish on them, and give them just an ideal kind of condition. There's another one I like a great deal. Congratulations to this young lady at the Durock. She's reserved.
There, our champion Chester was Kitten Mabry from Crawford, FFA. Durock was reserved? Yeah. Champion Durock was Berkeley Brashear from Johnson County 4-H. And we have a showmanship buckles here. I'll let my son Blaze present them.
We've been dealing with these kids all day for the past 2 days, and you can tell who actually works with their animals and not. And we have 2 buckles to give, so we've chosen 2 girls to receive the buckles. And Kinsey Short and Sawyer Ownbury have won showmanship for our show this year. Thank you. Fantastic. If Kinsey Short and Sawyer Ownbury could come win their showmanship buckles, we'd really appreciate that.
Which one do you want to give her? Do y'all need anything? Everybody good? Y'all got water and snacks? Okay. Oh wait, not here. Y'all scoop.